live streaming again. This time on a Sunday morning. Um, with the title "Biased versus Wrong." It's like I encounter new people saying the same wrong thing all the time. I made some video quite a long time ago. It was when we lived in Arcadia. I recognized the background and stuff. I didn't watch it, but where I apparently articulated the difference between you know bias versus wrong or incorrect. It's not a difficult concept, right? Am I ready? Am I ready for what? It's not a difficult concept that if I say words, you critique and evaluate the words on their merits. We don't need to know whether I'm disinterested or biased about the thing. Because to worry about that is to critique the person, not what's being said. No, I did not sleep hardly at all. Once in a while. But some point early this morning, I gave up trying, got up, and uh, decided to just take my Adderall for the day and ride it out to the end of the day and try to crash out hard tonight, I guess. Google Graham's hierarchy of disagreement. Hierarchy of disagreement, huh? So somebody put a comment I was checking out earlier that said basically, reviewing the central point, refutation, counterargument, contradiction, responding to, what does that say? Responding to lose? Then calling ad hominem, responding to tone, contradiction, counterargument, refutation, pointing out the flaw in the central point. Well, like you said here, responding to the writing, not the writer. That's that's a terrible thing to say, right? Responding to tone is responding to the writer's um like social niceties rather than the content of their arguments. So there are actually a lot more kinds of disagreement than these too. So you can counter something, you can turn something. There's more ways to. This person who wrote this is not a debater, obviously. So is he in computer science or something similar? Who? Paul Graham? The thing is, obviously, what last night was an example of is how you can't you can't TI in a way that makes sense to TI polar, It doesn't matter how much you try to explain these concepts to somebody's TI polar, they won't do any good. So what should be at the top of the hierarchy of disagreement, really, or near the top, is turns. Turning is the most powerful thing you can do in terms of responding to something. And it's not included on that list. To turn is to make the other person's offense become your offense. But it's not surprising that people who don't know what they're talking about, like that guy's clearly not a debater. He doesn't know actually about all the different forms of response or ways to disagree, rebut, or whatever. But it doesn't matter to him because he's just armchair philosophizing. Hi, and other times. So normally I cannot type people from the chat. When I've tried in the past, I've found myself woefully wrong. But I didn't know what type touch was going into last night's stream. I feel very certain I know what type he is now because that was the most textbook example of TI polar you're ever going to see. You know, have I ever blocked someone on lives? Yeah, sure. Thanks, Winston's mom, for saying that about keeping false assumptions. But you could see if anybody who's here now, some of you were here last night, then you know how that went. Um, it can be kind of almost shocking, right? Like you wouldn't imagine that somebody could authentically say in one breath, people are irreducibly complex. You can't put labels on them to understand them. And in the next breath to say, Fly Guy is definitely an ESTP. That proves it. It's like it's shocking, right? It's like shocking to imagine being like being capable of doing that and not being aware of it. And the idea that like if you don't like something, that means there's something wrong with it. It needs to change. That's crazy. It's like who it's quite shocking. Like but that's the amazing thing about cognitive functions is when you understand like that what it means to have a blind spot and such. You find these questions that correlate with blind spots, and you ask them, and people go like, "Oh, come on, Eric, those questions are way too easy. Anybody would be able to get that." And you say, "Nope, not the polar." And then they just are stunningly, shockingly incapable of doing something that seems the most straightforward thing about being human. But it's easy to understand why I'm triggered by. My test called you a spin doctor. Do you have an idea? Well, he uses the word spinning to refer to any kind of TI parsing. Like, okay, well, you said this, and that means this, and therefore, yeah. He'll call that spinning. It also reminded me of Club ENTP. It reminded me of exactly the same thing. I don't think he's the same person either, but they're very similar, right? You and I were thinking the same thing since last night, between last night and now. Um, but he is somebody from back in the day because I believe he's the one who tried to attack me one evening by bringing up my dad's death and this stretch of time when I was really angry at him and stuff. So I don't know who he is. He could be that Queen's Gambit guy, maybe. But he's somebody from back in the day. Oh, I haven't read it. No, I haven't checked my email at all today. He didn't know Karma's pimp, and Karma said he was banned here before. Yeah, but I wonder under what name, if Karma's pimp knows that. Because, I mean, that's another thing that is odd, right? Let's say he was here before, got banned here before because of his relentlessly TI polar ways. I don't think Queen was Jeff Shaw. Jeff Shaw did not know his typology stuff. He said every single typing that I did, he said it was wrong for unstated reasons, enigmatic stuff, you know. Yeah, Michael Smith, unlikely, but possible, I suppose. But it was, you know, somebody in the comments of on the video about the TE polar test responded to Tutz's comment by saying TI polar, and they were right on the money because what Tutz said, you know, this thing that you can't know me with your label, I'm infinitely complex. While at the same time, being perfectly believing you're perfectly capable of doing what you say is impossible to other people. You know, so it's it's weird. I don't know. There's this the third thing that is classic ESFP move is to what was I gonna say is it's the you can't know me thing. It's the oh I know. The third thing is where are you going with that? When I ask a question and somebody does not want to answer it, even though it's a very straightforward question, and avoids answering it, and then finally, you know, angrily says, "I agree with that crazy thing I said." um, you know that they are gun shy about TI, right? Somebody in their life before has said, answer, you know, pin yourself down and then done the necessary work after that's occurred. And the ESFP has felt treated shabbily in some ways. But it's a weird kind of intractable problem, unsolvable problem. Like, if he could understand his own deficit area, it would cause him less pain. Formal hot? I don't think that's formal hot either, but maybe it is. Another thing that ESFPs do is basically say, look, I know what type I am. I've spent a lot of time searching my subjective data. How do you generally deal with people? Do you have some mechanisms? How do I generally deal with those kind of people? I mean, unfortunately, I don't have any good solutions for it because I will continually attempt to attain outcomes via understanding, communication. I'm going to try to explain things to him. But Why is everyone so stupid? Not everyone's so stupid. And it's not even like stupidity that's the issue. It's just, it's, it's an, an unwillingness to accept the self as one is, you know? There are plenty of things about myself that I don't like, but I recognize them as being part of who I am rather than denying that those difficulties exist, right? Yeah, but that thing where he tried to say that his one third plus one third plus one third, that's a TI question, and that got it wrong because the answer is not one. That was just like exactly like Clubby SFP's time when he tried to define dumb as mute and very self satisfiedly concluded that he had proved me wrong about him being dumb. Well, if I had meant dumb as mute, of course, he would have proved me wrong, but I did not mean dumb to mean mute. I meant it to mean not intelligent. I mean, I don't think so, but it's like I want to somehow, with anybody who's wrong, disagreeing with me, etc., I want to try to find areas where we can agree. But with Tuts, when I try to get him to agree with something very simple and straightforward, he didn't know where I'm going with that, right? The thing is, I wasn't going anywhere with that. I was just trying to get us on the same page about something using words correctly or whatever. But that's a fool's errand because if I do pin him down on anything and then try to use that answer to do any work, he's gonna accuse me of spinning, which is just so silly. Like using words in a definitional way rather than say a express myself does not count as spinning anything. But I can't help but wonder, like, how does one come to the conclusion that people should listen to you, agree with you, when you don't provide any reasoning? Quite impressed with how you parsed out the Collatz conjecture equation. I don't even know what that is. I don't remember doing that at all. Let me see. Huh. I don't remember seeing anything about that. Is it possible that the Tuts is actually Melissa Talks? That's conceivable, right? That's possible, but I really get the feeling that Tuts is a male. I could be wrong about that. That shrimp trip you took gave you the giggle cycle 3 times, about 1 giggle cycle an hour. Well, I just pointed out that if I'm adding 3 fractions together, why would the answer need to be understood in decimals? It's just such on his part, a failure to understand what language does, be it numbers or words. Like, the reason I would present a problem 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3 is because that's how I'm measuring the quantity total in thirds, not in 0.3333 repeating. You know, we use the ability to draw a distinction between a third, a half, one, whatever, because we're thinking of it as one portion of something where 3 portions equal the whole. So when somebody's played one period of hockey, they've played a third of the hockey game. But yeah, like to believe that you've accomplished something there with that question that he asked, and then insisted I give him the wrong answer, even though my answer was correct, and to think that that's proving that I'm not good at TI and he is or something. I it's frustrating, right? Like there's no way to get through to him. There's no way to make any progress, etc. You think Popovich means if Touch is from her circle? I think he meant is it Melissa Talks. Granted, he said is a Melissa Talks, so that might be why you'd think that, but I think he meant to leave out the A and just put is Melissa Talks. Well, she has her husband. I forget what his name is. Yeah, the person who left this comment today that caused me to start this video. It's like they don't sound TI polar at all, but they still have this incredibly poor understanding of things. So this is somebody named at 441A444. And the comment says, the assertion that, quote, all decision calculi are biased, which is to say that everybody has interests, it's impossible to calculate or make any kind of determination about a thing without any biases. Maybe they might not be biases relevant to the thing, but it's inconceivable for anybody to be completely unbiased. That would mean they don't have any interest and everything's always neutral to them as to how things go. The point of saying that every decision calculus involves some bias is to make the point successfully that you can't critique my claim by pointing out that I have bias. So the assertion that all decisions calculated are biased tells more about the speaker's vapidity than the presence and degree of bias among people and their statements. From what standpoint has this assertion been made? If the speaker admits bias, then the statement is discredited. But the statement is its own thing, right? I went to the store on Tuesday is a statement. It doesn't matter if I want to have gone to the store on Tuesday, if I don't want to have gone to the store on Tuesday, if it's, if I hate Tuesdays, if I love Tuesdays, none of that matters at all, right? We evaluate the correctness of the statement based on what's being said, not based on the emotional mental state bias of the person saying it. So, I corrected him obviously by saying, actually, no, bias is simply the reality that a person has interest. And of course, that's not relevant to what's being said. I can be biased and correct or unbiased and wrong. My words must be evaluated on their merits, independent of my subjectivities. That's the beautiful thing about making claims. It doesn't matter who makes them because we can evaluate the words independently of the speaker. Indeed, we're best served to know nothing about whoever said a thing when evaluating what's being said. Will this person learn anything? I don't know. He called me vapid. Like, um, you cannot always bias the truth. You don't bias the truth. The truth is whatever it is. You have bias as to whether you want that to be true or not to be true, but that for me, having a bias doesn't impact my determination of things at all. Bias is always wrong, says Manny John. Unbiased is the only way to go. Well, I mean, simply the point I'm making is having a bias doesn't mean it's determining what your conclusions are. Like, I'm a big fan of USC, right? But if I see the replay on a football thing and it turns out the USC player was out of bounds, I'm like, oh, no, that was out of bounds. Even though I'm unhappy about it, I'm biased against this decision, I still am correct in concluding that the call was correctly called against us. See what I'm saying? If you're biased, then you have nothing to do with the truth. That's not true. As per the example I just gave you. Even when I don't like the fact that the correct conclusion is meow, I still produce the correct conclusion. And you might point out, hey, you don't like this truth. You're biased against it. That's true, but I'm still asserting it because it's true. And my bias doesn't determine my conclusions. Exactly. What if you're biased and right? You can be biased and right. You can be biased and wrong. You can be unbiased and wrong. You can be unbiased and right. Have you ever met an ENTP for whom you can say it's Enneagram 1? No, but I've not met very many ENTPs. If you are biased, then you are making your own truth, which is obviously false to the truth. No, Manny John, because, like I said, I'm very biased when I'm watching my team play, but I still don't try to convince others or myself of things that are counterfactual. If you're biased and right, then you're unbiased. Then what you're saying, Manny John, is that the word biased and the word correct mean exactly, unbiased and correct mean exactly the same thing, and biased and incorrect mean exactly the same thing. But they don't mean the same thing. They're different things. How did you bring up my dad? Who? I think it was Tuts. He talked about, there was stretch time shortly after his death where, right, I was very angry at him, and his urn of ashes, I put my cigarettes out on top of the urn, not in the ashes, which was fine. It didn't leave any marks. It was just stainless steel, so it didn't do any damage or anything. It was a gesture of anger from me at some of the shit my dad pulled before he died. That's true that a non-working clock is correct twice a day. So if it's 8 o'clock and the non-working clock says 8 o'clock, you can say the clock's broken, but you can't say it's wrong. At 8 o'clock, remember, bias doesn't be the truth. People are biased. Words either convey wrongness or correctness. And if they are wrong, it might be because of the person's bias, but it's not necessarily because of bias. That's true that most of the time a non-working clock is wrong. So it might be the case that you could claim most of the time bias correlates more with incorrectness than with correctness. But what I try to convey to people is relevance matters. And most importantly, my emotions, mental state, preferences, etc., aren't relevant to whether what I'm saying is correct. And that's why biased is different than wrong. Bias is usually taken to mean prone to supporting a position regardless of what the argumentation suggests. So, like, you could say, and probably be right, that Tuts is wrong about his type because he's biased. But the point is that it doesn't matter if that's why or how he became wrong about his type. The reason he's wrong about his type in terms of argumentational stuff has to do with specific stuff. Like, well, if he were really not TI polar, he wouldn't have tried to, that 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3 thing is a purported TI question. And it's like when I asked Clubby SFP a TI question, he flipped it around at me and asked me this TE question about how to get these things across the river. Very much like Touch did with the Daredevil thing. Right. Here, let me see if I can do something smart. I don't know what type Touch is claiming to be, but not an ESFP, not TI polar. If a batter hits a home run, the umpire says it's not a home run, and the umpire is not biased to the truth. What? Doesn't him understanding why he's wrong help him figure out and understand how to be right? No. And in this instance, that's probably because of a strong bias towards preferring his stories that he's telling himself over stories that check out externally. Because, he has no way of knowing whether what he's saying is going to validate according to external disinterested parties, right? He can't parse it out and determine if what he's saying makes sense or is correct because he's not using any TI to make these determinations. It's just NI, fourth slot NI. He's probably spent his whole life having learning to be careful about saying anything specific because he thinks people will try to spin it, which means use it against him, or in other words, hold him to his words. Umpires can be biased, but in the era of instant replay and booth review and stuff, usually, even if an umpire or something were biased, their bad call would be overturned. But the thing is, when you have an umpire that's biased, let's say against certain players that they don't like, well, nowadays it's kind of too easy to make a case if somebody's consistently displaying a bias. But umpires and referees are a perfect example of people who are doing something in a given context with a willful intent to be disinterested, to not let their own subjectivities, their own personal foibles, quirks, or whatever dictate how a play is called, but rather to just apply the rules as well as they can, etc. Biased to the rule book. Well, and that's you actually make kind of an important observation here, which is, let's say I want to be completely disinterested, correct, accurate, not have any of my subjectivities influence it at all. Well, then I am biased towards being a disinterested party and a good judge of things, etc. And that doesn't prevent me, obviously, from doing a good job of that. It makes it more likely. And that's exactly what I had said in this previous video, Fly Guys. There's always a bias, and it's never actually relevant because the response you have to the biased person's wrongness needs to respond to the words the person says, not to what's going on inside of them. Whoever that commenter was who called me vapid was pretty obviously a hater. Eric, affirmative action is biased. Affirmative action can't be biased because it's not a person. It may be correct to say that affirmative action discriminates against some people and in favor of some people based on a bullshit criterion called race. That would be fair to say. That'd be correct use of words. But things can't be biased. People can, or sources can. Everybody's already biased, but what we got to check is, who is that person or the group biased to? We don't need to check that. That's what I'm saying, right? If I write a paper about how the problem these days is too many immigrants in the country, it doesn't matter that that person is biased against immigrants. They're making an advocacy saying we should deport them. So obviously, they're biased in favor of their advocacy. Everybody always is. Whether or not their advocacy is a good idea, that needs to be determined on the merits of what's being said. And even if the reason the person is saying it is because he's a big racist who hates Mexicans, it's still it is still required that you respond to the points he says and not to things you've concluded about his motivations. Well, the reason he insists I'm an ESTJ in that instance is because he's trying to do battle, and I'm telling him he's wrong, so he's going to tell me I'm wrong about my own type, etc. Who knows what he thinks my type is? It varies. It depends on the moment. I mean, affirmative action, there's not a bias in outcomes. It's what you would say is that affirmative action is discriminatory, and accordingly, the impacts of it are discriminating against some people and in favor of some people on an arbitrary criterion. Things have systematic or design bias. Well, I guess you could say that something like affirmative action causes a hiring procedure to bias against some parties. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too persnickety about how it's used. I get what you're saying that affirmative action is bad because it's discriminatory, and you are correct about that. Hi, Medicine Head. Hi, how are you doing today? I'm doing very well, thank you. And that's the cool thing, man, John, is we don't need to care why people or what justifications people had for affirmative action. We can negate it easily enough simply by pointing out that it discriminates along racial lines. And that's unacceptable because it's groupist and individuals are not members of this arbitrarily ill-defined group first and foremost. They're individuals first and foremost. We can't know anything about them by knowing what race they are. The opposite is bad too. We used to have hiring practices where they judge a person's last name, like is it Hispanic, and people would change their name to Anglo ones to get work in Hollywood. Yeah, for sure. There was a time period in the country where we had negative action, where instead of trying to favor certain people um, unfairly, I mean, it still worked the same way. Racism in the old South, that was just affirmative action for white people. It was just as wrong then as it is now. It was never acceptable to make determinations about a person on things other than relevant meritorious qualities. Yeah, we do need to go over why it should be removed. I already have, Manny John. It should be removed because it's discriminatory, racist, unfair to individuals. Culturally conditioned preferences? I don't know what you're referring to specifically. It's not that distant though, because some want us to go back to that, even though there's even ones who think they're victims of Hispanics taking their jobs. Right. Racism is bad in every incarnation of it. When people who are struggling want to try to blame some boogeyman group for their struggles, they're just grasping for the hollow satisfaction of blame. But when you realize your entire life is a bunch of conditionings, Affirmative action will obviously be unfair to most people, but that cannot be the reason to remove affirmative action. It's not. The reason to remove it is that it's discriminatory. We don't evaluate whether um, we don't evaluate some general thing like is it fair, because there are plenty of unfair things that are fine. But discriminatory stuff where a person in position to say hire or to buy or sell a house or something, where one party refuses to reciprocate, refuses to treat the other person like an individual first. If we don't discriminate, then how will anybody get better? Well, we should discriminate on legitimate criteria. So a meritocratic world is one that discriminates on the basis of merit. And that's a good thing. When I said discriminatory, I meant discriminatory against on the lines of race. Well, it's politics, Putty Cat. You cannot find anywhere in life more strongly exist competing biases than politics. The thing about racism is you are forced into being a part of this group you don't identify with, like when you go to prison. Right. The correct thing to do is to say, I am Eric. I may be fit into some groups, like I self-identify as a Christian, etc., or whatever. But if you think you can know about me individual by referring to your conceptions about what that group is supposed to be like, you are wrong. Merit is one of the ways to discriminate, but that's not the only way. That's correct, Manny John. So what I'm saying is that racial discrimination is bad, whereas meritocratic discrimination is good. Aren't we mere mortals with somewhat 75 years lifespan with a lot of unfair things around us? Is it too bad if I ignore all and mind my own business and chill and relax? No, there's nothing wrong with ignoring all that shit and trying to live a peaceful, happy life. That makes perfectly good sense. Uh, I really avoid politics like the plague these days because it's just this toxic morass of people getting off on being outraged. Culture war shit. It's horrible. Like, G's sentence, why do you need to stop being such a coward? That's the kind of thing that exemplifies just like reification fallacy plus stupidity. Obviously, white people is not a group that has agency. Discrimination is everywhere. Nobody can stop discrimination. Okay, well, I'm not I'm not saying that we can stop discrimination. I'm saying that affirmative action, which codifies racial discrimination, is bad, unconstitutional slash illegal, and produces bad outcomes. Will people in the next few decades, live more in average? I don't think so. I think we kind of around peaked on our lifespan stuff, and it might get a little bit shorter in the coming years because um, I don't think medical technologies advancements are still making people live longer. I think pretty much we've capped that out. And I think that, like the COVID shit, the inflationary crunch that ensuing thereafter, the extent to which people are struggling now financially and stuff, that takes a toll on people, and will probably end up costing people's lifespan a little bit of average. Medicine says white people were ruling at some point, and no one who's sitting up in the dynamics are very happy with giving up power, and at least the sense of superiority, maybe. Well, it is the case that, like back in the 50s, that you had a segregated South and a lot of unequal protection under the law, and that the white people were in power and unequally applying the law in favor of themselves and at the expense of the black people, right? So it is the case that, what was I responding to? Oh, whatever Medicine had said. I don't see it anymore. It is the case that the country needed to go through an accountability process for that. They needed to people needed to be serious about enforcing the nation's laws and principles to prevent that kind of groupism from expressing through the law. But the critical thing is to apply the lesson learned equally across the board, which is no good comes from prioritizing non-meritorious arbitrary group distinctions like that. How guys approaching girls in 80s. I mean, I don't know, because I was not good with the ladies at all. I'm biased against Starbucks coffee tasting is bitter tasting. I tend to agree with you, Putty Cat. I'm not a big fan of Starbucks. A family would have different kind of people in it, like dad, mom, son, daughter. All these are not same. You're right, Manny John. Those things are different from each other. They do it in a physical space on the plane of reality, in person, on foot, typically. Sometimes a phone call or a written letter if you're a gentleman. Yeah, well, yeah, there were parties and stuff you go to, or people had, back when I was in high school, there were kegers every weekend. Just had to know where they were and where to go. Hey, Matarazzi Sound. I'm doing good. Did you stop listening to music after the mushroom thing happened? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Was I listening to music? I don't know what that means. I'm talking about last night? I don't think I was listening to music. I was making some music, but in the 80s, it was likely mostly done by picking up chicks at a bar or club, or a party or a house party. House parties are a better place to talk to people than a bar or club, because, it's easier to go to a quieter spot to talk rather than having to scream over the blasting whatever. Look at your fingers. Are all your 5 fingers having the same length? No, they are not, Manny John. And I've learned a valuable lesson here today from you. Thank you. My fingers are different lengths. Get on board to the same page, fingers. Do you mind backyard barbecue sessions? I mean, I barbecue in the front here when I do barbecue. But it's grilling. I mean, I don't really barbecue in a classic slow cooked barbecue sense. Cocaine and anal love AIDS. Thanks for that, G. Nope, says Manny John. That's what makes you do stuff. Am I watching the Chargers game? No, I don't have any football on at all. But I could put some on. I'm not a huge NFL fan. Until the playoffs come around, I'm more interested in watching the playoff games. But sometimes I can enjoy some niffle. A lot of people think it's pronounced NFL. It's actually a single word, niffle. Now, will you say, just because all fingers are not of same length, should you slice some parts of the finger to make it all same length? No, you shouldn't, Manny John. I don't think you should. I think it's a poor plan. But yeah, well, it was a good comeback. And I would not say we almost lost. I didn't really feel that much at risk um, of us losing the game. Because right from the start, I could tell, okay, even though we're down by 14 points, I could tell this is not like the Notre Dame game. When I was watching the Notre Dame game, it was clear early on, even when we weren't behind very much, or maybe even we were ahead briefly in the game, I'm not sure. But it was clear early on that we were not going to win that game. Notre Dame was beating us on both lines of scrimmage. Like they were gashing our defense for big runs. We couldn't run the ball at all against them, and it was clear that we were losing all the battles up front. So I knew early on that we were going to lose that game. In contrast, yesterday against Iowa, I could tell that we were advantaged over Iowa. We weren't like dominating the line of scrimmage or anything, but they certainly weren't either. And I could tell, just waiting for the offense to get clicking a bit. It was raining, and we fell behind early. I don't have the the Chargers game. I don't have it up here. I'd have to get NFL Sunday ticket, which I don't want to get because I don't like the NFL that much. What's my favorite sport? What sport you mostly sport and watch sport is your favorite? If you think there is one for whom you could say is your favorite. Well, it depends on the season, right? So during baseball season, I watch baseball. Basketball season, like now, I watch college basketball, but not NBA basketball. I basically don't watch any NBA. I like to watch a little hockey occasionally, but I wouldn't call myself a huge hockey fan. And my favorite sport is college football, particularly USC playing college football. Although I really like the USC women's college basketball team a lot too. What NFL game do we have? We got Tampa Bay versus Buffalo. Nah, we get the Niners games. The Niners are our local NFL team. Unfortunately, South Carolina won, and they beat us up pretty good. But they outsized us a lot. We in the game against South Carolina, kind of like the game against Notre Dame. I could tell we were gonna have trouble with these ladies because if you're getting killed on the boards, you're gonna have a hard time winning the game. USC defense was good. We stopped them, prevent them from getting a basket, but then they'd get the rebound time and time again. And ultimately, they just outsized us and outmuscled us. And for us to beat that team, our shots would have had to really be falling. And offensively, we were going on three cylinders. Wasn't terrible, but Mahalo, Cow, Dobro, Vici, Ukaliko, Smo, U, Istaj, Vramenskoj, Zoni. Hope my accent was good. I think it was. I think it was a perfect accent for whatever language that is. Oh, you can only watch your local teams? Well, I could get NFL Sunday ticket, but I don't want to pay for it. And I can watch the other like each of the networks that a deal with the um has a deal with the NFL. They get to play one game for like everybody who doesn't have their team playing right now. So like right now the 49ers aren't playing, they'll probably play later today. So we get to watch whatever the national game is that I think this is CBS is showing, which is Tampa Bay versus Buffalo. If I wanted to get NFL Sunday ticket, if I bought that, then I could watch whatever NFL game I wanted. Did the Trojans get back the lady that was injured? No, they did not. Juju Watkins is in street clothes on the bench. Won't play at all this year probably. But what we got, so Juju Watkins is a former number one recruit that USC landed as a recruiting coup. But we also got this year, we have starting in our starting lineup a true freshman, the number one recruit in the country again, Jazzy Davidson. She's quite good too, but um, she's not, she's a true freshman, still rough. I've only watched her now play in 3 games. Rachel's still asleep. Jesse Lee Upoznat Za Sa Radam Ovog Gospodina Pradam Erica Drugo. Oh, Duggo. Pradam Erica Duggo. Indeed. And also, may I just say, Dobro Vici Cod Many J? J? Isto. When's it going to snow here? I don't know. It's raining right now. It's 45. Uh, Generally, we're a lot more likely to get snow late December, January is kind of the starting of it. And then most snow of all, early February probably. But it's a little early in the year for us to get snow. And I guess this storm must be not a particularly cold storm because Ako Susvi Zabe Zolini, I Ja Sam Zelen, Jesum Lija Zaba. Lija Zaba? I do speak the Serbian language, Materali sound. I'm fluent in Serbian. Ivan Drago. So one thing that kind of sucks about the women's basketball team, though, is last year we had Kaylee Heckel and Avery Howell, a couple of true freshmen who were big contributors to the team last year, and they both left in the transfer portal. Kaylee Hinkle was my favorite player. When is the Strauss Christmas tree going to make its appearance? Well, I will. I'm going to show you the tree right now in its box. But Rachel and I are saying let's not put it up till after Thanksgiving. This is the one, 6'5", so it's not super tall. This one is getting returned because Rachel's mom ordered this one and then immediately tried to cancel it but couldn't. And then she got this one. So this one's going back to Walmart. We've got these colored balls here, silver and red, to go onto the tree. And it comes with lights already on it. And you can switch it from white to colored lights. It's got both. You could choose either one. Maybe you could choose both too, I'm not sure. So that's a pretty high-tech tree there. You know, some years ago, I would have said, never will I get a fake Christmas tree. That just, you might as well just say you're having a fake Christmas. But I've grown as a person a little bit. And nowadays, I feel more bad for the tree that I cut down to put in the house than I do feel good about having it be a real tree. Well, guy's 33. Do you think that means 1/3 of your age is 11? Because if so, you're wrong. 0.333 repeating of 33 is not 11. We don't have any blue balls around here. I've got no need for blue balls. Blue balls are for people with bad wives. Confetti. Confetti. What's this? Oh. Josh Allen in the shotgun, takes a snap, drops back to pass, surveys the field, throws deep downfield, has a man, but he's pretty well covered, and the ball was slightly overthrown. Probably because Josh Allen realized he's pretty well covered. When is the Josh Christmas party that all of us are invited to? You are invited, Putty Cat. It's on December 13th. If you'd like to come, just let me know, and I will give you my address and everything. I don't know if you feel like flying from Michigan. For a weekend trip, but if you do, then you're welcome. And I believe currently we have a room available in which you could stay. Because I don't really think we're expecting to have, we're anticipating it might just very well be just us and the neighbors. Figure we'll jam out. They can have some drinks. We'll take some Adderall, maybe have a weed drink or something, and have some fun times. But it'd be great if other people came too. We invited J. Joe. We invited some. Rachel invited some. Her family, I think. Oh, she invited Zandy, Ruben, and Acacia. You will join the party virtually. All right, cool. Before I'm asked that Serbian guy question on Serbian. What does it say? Zava is frog, but she or he left, possibly. Oh, you're asking a Serbian guy or a TI question, I see. Oh, that's interesting. So, like, what do I make of that guy who left that comment about how what I was explaining about how bias isn't a relevant thing argumentationally to responding to or making a given affirmation, you know? Like, whatever case you made, let's say any kind of affirmation, you could say, as one of your points, I am unbiased. But that would not have any impacts, right? Because it's not relevant. So at best, you could say that I'm unbiased if you could sustain that claim, which you couldn't because you'd have to reference only subjective data. But if you could sustain that claim, the best you could ever hope for from I'm unbiased as an impact is, therefore, in contexts where bias would be determinate in deciding my position, that didn't happen, which is not any impact at all. Popovich is discovering the phenomena of people not liking it when you ask them TI questions. We got to witness pointing it out last night with Tuts. He not only didn't want to be asked TI questions, he didn't want to be asked any questions because he'd have to give an answer and then somebody could do something with that answer. Oh, you live in Florida? Or you're just a fan of Michigan teams? Fair enough. I'm a fan of Los Angeles team. So I get that you don't stop being a USC fan when you move away. Scuba won the Cy Young Award. So congratulations to the Detroit Tigers and for having a Cy Young Award winner. But he's not going to be a Tiger for long. I figured out what I would get Rachel for Christmas. No, but I would get her something. I don't know what. We'll just each buy each other one present or something. I don't like spending a lot of money on Christmas, really. I mean, of late, I don't like spending money at all. I never really liked spending money, but I used to be more likely to indulge for special occasions and stuff, I guess. Saturday in the park. I think it was the 4th of July. Will there be finger foods such as pigs in a blanket? That's an excellent question, Puttycat. We will have some foods. I'm not currently planning on making pigs in a blanket, but it sounds tempting, kind of, except making a lot of pancakes and serving that hot is going to be challenging, you know. You really need to have a servant or something to do that. I don't have any servants. Jeeves? Yes, sir. Can you go make me some pigs in a blanket? Of course, sir. Here are your pigs in blankets. Mmm, great. These are good, nice and hot. Can I get you anything else, sir? That's all for now, Jeeves. Very good. I've got a servant, servant. His name is Jeeves. Before, in my knowledge of that, I thought my dad was an ISFJ, but when I asked him to give a task how to take out trash in 5 steps, he instantly gave me an answer. Doesn't seem like TE4. No, that's not TE4. If he's able to do an attempt um, without going over the number of steps or under the number of steps, then he's not TE4. If you're confident in his SI DOM, then ISTJ might be a possibility. You drank way too much. You're probably feeling a little hungover. Is it better if I give up Christmas if I don't believe in God? No, absolutely not. I was raised by staunch atheists, and we celebrate Christmas every year. Decorations, trees. My mom went crazy with the Christmas decorations every year. You have super sharp vision the way you read chats. My vision is pretty good. I've got it up on the big screen though. I'm not looking at the phone. So if I were trying to read it on my phone, I wouldn't be able to. This is a lot bigger than my phone. And I can read that through the window there when I go outside. My eyes are not as good as they used to be, but they're still quite good. I can even read stuff on my phone when I've gotten enough sleep and my eyes aren't tired. I don't need to wear glasses normally at all, but I do wear reading glasses. Well, and what I'd say is resolve for yourself that you're not going to drink today. And then tomorrow morning, you'll wake up feeling a little bit better. Do you hate anything in particular? Well, I mean, there are plenty of things in life that frustrate me a lot. The number one thing that causes me frustration, sometimes anger, sometimes resignation, is when people don't let me use words to. So, like, what happened last night where a very simple question many times before I finally got a begrudging answer. And the reason he doesn't want to answer the question is because he doesn't want me to use words to do anything. I don't like that. That makes me mad because it's who I am, you know? A big frustration when you think you have to go number two, but when you sit down, nothing happens. Yeah, it's true. How would I describe FE Polar? I'd say it's somebody whose blind spot is interfacing with people, you know? It's instead of interfacing with people on along the lines of the vectors that influence people, like politeness and so forth. Essentially, FE prioritizes being a team player. TE Tool, which is FE Polar, prioritizes figuring it out yourself. Makes one question. What makes one question? Zero questions plus one question make one question. You're right. You're good at math. Do you believe in isolation and peace, or do you believe in social harmony? Um, I believe in both. You know, the thing is, I don't really prioritize harmony very much, but I do have as a deal breaker being likable. So if something makes people uni- uniformly disapprove, then I'm going to change my ways. Talk some more about the FE polar. Well, one good test for FE polar is it's not definitive necessarily, but you ask a person who's FE polar to say the same sentence regular and then sarcastic. They're going to struggle with that a great deal. They're better at recognizing sarcasm than they are at demonstrating it. There's a lack of attention to tone because that's managing other people's perceptions and emotions. Is it a political sarcasm? Epipolar means it's a way of paying attention. So if your way of paying attention is to figure out how to solve problems yourself by default, then you're not going to look to other people to provide you solvency. I mean, I'm not sure Medicine Head knows about cognitive functions. This may just be what are these random terms that this guy's using? You know, he may be unaware of cognitive functions. Where's harpsichord? There it is. Hey there, hey there. Do you see what I'm doing? I'm taking that beef and carrots, making stew, and everybody's having a wonderful time. Now we're going to change it up, right? To the other form of the same beat. My point of least resistance is my nuts. You cannot go and touch my point of least resistance without my permission. Without my permission. Let's see, let me change the tone to a bass tone of some kind. Because longer takes longer. Parent SE, ISFP meticulously does things for others. 3 bass notes between a 4/4 kick pattern. Gee, I am learning piano as best I can, all right? You're telling me learn it faster. Well, I get maybe you want me to learn it faster, but nice. I have a bendy wheel thing. No, I don't have that on this keyboard, unfortunately. I like those things, but I don't have it. Is it true that you were the anonymous fourth member of the Beastie Boys? No, that's not true. It is true that I wrote all their raps for them, though. I think he feels if he learns in a traditional way, it'll railroad his creativity. I just don't think it would help, right? Like, I'm playing by ear to the extent that I'm failing to play the right note is because I'm not playing by ear well enough. I should be able to know when I'm playing this, like, if I play this note, what's it going to sound like? If I add that one. But if I'm looking for that one, I should be able to hear where it is If I can't, then I just need more practice. There's no good way to convert scales into playing music, I don't think. Theater. Would you go down on you in a theater? This is chapel. Welcome all, and join us here in the chapel. Welcome to my chapel. I'm having church today. I wrote a super good sermon so you won't go away. If you like chapels like I like chapels, then you know chapels are good. Chapels. I don't want to play 1-4-5 blues. What do you mean, like, you know, E A B? All right, let's see. Well, maybe I can find a blues beat for you. Style. Club dance. That's kind of cool. I like this beat. Does my chapel require tithings? Yes, indeed, it does. You want some soul tunes, the 1-4-5 blue chapel tithings, that's what you do, it's fine. This sounds like Castlevania. I've got the blues, the 1-4-5 blues. That's the kind of blues that I have. I was sad because I didn't play the blues, but now that I'm playing the blues, I'm kind of mad. You say play 1-4-5, but that doesn't necessarily sound like the blues. Like in this instant, it more sounds like a song that someone wrote about a new pair of shoes. 1-4, 1-4-5, then the 4-5, and the 1-4-5, then the pour some rum and see what I'm talking about. When you go to the park, go onto the swings. Everybody in the dark, everybody swings. When you go off to the library, what you do is read. They've got lots of books there, see, and you could go and be a reader at the library and a lifelong learner. Oh my God, where did that sea come from? Are we sure that's right? Does the sea really belong here right now, son? I think it does. But then we'll go back to the A, the B, and the E. Eric screen is upside down. My screen is not upside down. Your face is upside down. Watch the sunset. That sounds like I said at 11 in the morning, gee. I swear. Club Latin. How Latin do you feel? Hey, hey, hey! Well, welcome to the Latin Club. Right. Lamau, Eric will go nuts. Lamau, Eric will go nuts, and Lamau, Eric will go nuts tonight again. Put some bass in, huh? Let's see what kind of bass I have here to use. Hard to play bass with these chords going on because you can't get to the bottom of the keyboard. Slap bass. Synth bass. Kind of an odd beat. Weird beat. This is called Techno Party. You want to have a techno party with me? Would you like to have a techno party? I could be the techno guy. I could put the techno beat on the keyboard. We could have a techno party. Why? Because techno parties are fun. That's why. Ba dee 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 ba dee ba dee ba ba dee 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 ba dee ba dee ba da dee 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 ba dee ba dee ba. Really hard to do that and sing at the same time. I don't have enough experience on the piano. This one's called Hip Hop PP. Extra PPs are for. I'm a hippin', a hoppin', a hip hop pippin', and then I go and stop in the kitchen. I'm hippin', I'm hoppin', a hip hop pippin', and then I go and stop in the kitchen. Let's hop to the hip hop beat and let's don't stop. Moving on. guess this is easier than playing the actual bass and getting, if I wanted to play a bass line. I can more successfully do things on this than on an actual bass, but it's still not easy for me. 70s disco. We're going to swing and sway. We're going to the disco. We're gonna bring roller skates. We're going to the disco. And it's going to be so great. You'll say, hey, when can we go to the disco again? After you made such a scene and gave everyone a fright, I don't think so. No way. Going to the disco. They said, look at me, I'm covered in Frisco. And then they heated themselves up like a roast chicken. Disco stay instead, we're going to disco the rest of our lives. I can't spend all of my life just discoing all the time. Though I get that disco has a certain appeal, it's not adequate to fill all my life. My grandma loved disco so much and she... Yeah! That was great. Let's go with a spicy caliente flavor. Go get your burro, go get your sombrero, and take siesta in the shade. 'Cause Saturday night. This one's called Saturday Night. See if it sounds like Saturday night. Do-si-do, you're parting around. It's Saturday night down in the town. We're gonna do some square dancing, so line up and do-si-do. Change the sound. Stop tiptoeing around. Stop tiptoeing around. You're making everybody feel so nervous. So nervous. tiptoeing around your pussyfooting like a nervous child. Stop pussyfooting around this time. Pizzicato string sounds like pussyfooting around. Disco hands. What is disco hands? That's pretty fun. I didn't dislike that experience. BB Fast. What's BB? It was 100,000 years ago when everybody came to look at my thing, and I said, no, get away. This thing is not for you to see. It was 1923, and things were looking up. I was a flapper in the neighborhood of old New York's and what? And I said, look at me, it's 1923, and here I am living it up in the jazz age. Come to our fancy party tonight. I've got some bathtub gin and a limousine. It's a Phaeton car, as you can clearly see, and you're invited tonight, so let's go along together then. Well, Betty Sue, won't you go to the hop hop with me? 'Cause it is now 1953, and you can see all the other kids are doing it. After we're done with the dancing part, we'll go off to the soda shop and make art, which is to say, we'll have ourselves a delicious milkshake. But if you don't feel like something sweet, that's okay, my dear, because it's neat to just sit with you near in streets above the horizon. Well, thanks. I really enjoyed it at the sock hop tonight. And now I'm going with you to the soda shop. That's right. 'Cause when you invited me to soda after we went to the sock hop together, I was like, wow, what a classically 1950s experience. You know, I'm always looking for things I can tell about later in my wonderful stories. And I'll never forget this day when you took me to the sock hop. Well, that's right, baby. Because when I saw you in the moonlight, I knew it was time for me to make my move. That I'd never see a girl as beautiful as you again. So I asked my brother Tom, hey, you got any advice on how to hit with someone who you want to be the mom to your children? And my brother Tom said, no, I don't. You'll have to figure this one out for yourself. So I tried random things like rock, paper, scissors. I also said, would you like to go to the Wizard and maybe get yourself a magical spell or two? She said, I don't like any of those things, but I appreciate the effort that you're making. How about we go to the movies instead? Where the fuck is everyone? I have no idea. There's 7 people here. That's more than 0. Jazz Club. Who's Snake Jazz? town at night time, looking for a special sight. The appearance of a nice jazz bar. When I go home in my car, I put the jazz music on the radio like this. Smoke my cigarettes in the rain, they go hiss. But that doesn't bother me at all. Well, turns out playing the piano is hard, harder than you'd ever think. You got to both understand, do and think. It's not a simple proposition, not for Stan or Vision. It's not a reason to complain, it's just okay. Yeah, it is. It's okay for sure. Nobody ever asked if they would run out of fur. Definitely not what I beat, but swing 2, 5-4. Who wants to play anything at 5-4? Dixie, huh? Way down south in a Dixieland, that's where this beat comes from, my man. If you was wondering where this beat plays, is down south near New Orleans, they say, but I don't know if it's everywhere from Mississippi to Georgia. What could you say? I just say that it's Dixie time and I'm playing songs in the Dixie way. If you like old Southern hospitality, old Southern hospitality, I mean, you see, hospitality is the way of Dixieland. Don't be offended by the history of the place. Sure, plantations were there and they were run by slaves, but that's not anymore. Nowadays the slaves are all been set free. Welcome back to Dixieland and have a good time. You can see what I mean when I rhyme. It's as fun as Dixieland could ever imaginably be. The end. You have all the instruments are enough piano. You've done your part for sure. I can never accuse you of not doing your part. This is too musical to be jazz. Jazz is random notes. Well, I'm not good at playing jazz, you know. I could play some jazz standards on the guitar, but definitely not on the piano. It's a song that walks. It's a walking song. If you want to walk strong, you better sing along. It's a song that walks. It's a walking song. If you don't sing it when you walk, then you walk wrong. All right, well, that was pleasant playing the piano for a little while. Let's try to get a couple things accomplished here. I need to put something up in the attic. I can do that. I should go outside and deal with this wood I've got leaned up against the tree. I gotta use a drill with a dry bit to take out some screws. Not a super big job, but something that I'd like to get off my plate. A cheesecake at a supermarket yesterday. It is so amazingly good. I don't even know what to do with myself. Like, how did anybody make any food that delicious? I don't know. I've got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. You can look at Capia. carrot. People come and go. There is sometimes a little more activity, sometimes a little less. We just roll with it all, no matter what. Meow. You want me to watch you eat again, huh? You seem to think that that's my job in life, is watching you eat. I want to clarify what I was saying about bias earlier. It is possible for somebody to not have any particular bias about matter X, like let's say um somebody I let's say that Rachel asked me which lipstick she should wear. Well, I obviously don't have any bias towards one lipstick or another, or I don't have any favorite lipstick. For me, it's just a bunch of little tubes. You could show me the colors. I could say, well, I think this one looks better. I wouldn't be biased because I have no horse in the race, no interest whatsoever in that matter. Like interest meaning stakeholding, not being interested in a curious sense. But what I mean by there's never not any bias is just because I'm not biased about towards or against one of the choices in the matter in question, I still carry around biases, as everybody does. But the point is that if we get two people on opposite sides of a position, each of them heavily biased in favor of their side, then one of them is going to be right. Assuming it's not something where some unarticulated third position is right. What's for Sunday dinner? Well, yesterday I had steak and broccoli. We might have broccoli again tonight, but I probably want a steak again tonight. I might have bratwursts or chicken possibly as my protein. Could do hamburgers as well. I don't know. I'm not hungry right now, so I'm not really thinking about what I'm going to do for dinner. So I'm going to pull a few bowls, and then we're going to do a couple little chores around here. So Buffalo's 6-3, Tampa Bay 6-3. Tampa Bay 6-3, but 2-0 in the division. Whereas Buffalo's 6-3 and 2-2 in their division. Pretty good matchup here. Tampa Bay versus Buffalo. I've got Josh Allen as a quarterback for one of my fantasy football teams. Another one I have Caleb Williams. I have on that same team with Caleb Williams as a backup, I have Bo Nix. And I have Justin Herbert as backup on one of my other teams. I have 3 fantasy football teams. So Delightful, the Ponderosa, and Touchdown Party. I'm doing pretty well this year compared to how I did before last year before that, or whatever. Oh, nice. Big kick return. Bills bust a kick return past the 50 to the 45 of Tampa Bay. Bills are down by 5 points here in the third quarter. This is a hard fought, tightly contested affair. I'll put on a little bit of the commentators. First season as Bills special teams coordinator. Well, good for him. It's play action pass. Josh Allen finds his receiver at the 25-yard line of Tampa Bay. And the Bills are in business, already in field goal range. What are we watching? We're watching the Tampa Bay Buffalo game. It's the only football game that's available to me right now. I mean, they may have started a second one. Let's see. No, there's still just one football game on. Well, there is the 49ers pregame show. Wow. The season entering today, the Bills would make the playoffs, but the Chiefs would not. The Ravens would not. The Texans would not. The 3 of the 4 division winners from last year would not be in the playoffs if it started today. That's not going anywhere. TF, says G. TF. That stands for the fudge. What the fudge? He was. I guess he wasn't. I guess you just had to have one part of your body behind the line of scrimmage. You could still throw it. Is that right? I think that's the rule. He was stepping on the line of scrimmage when he threw that pass. So Bills kicker Matt Prater is in to attempt a 39-yard field goal. And he got it. Almost got blocked, but it did not. So it's a 2-point game, 26-24 in favor of the Buccaneers. I think Buccaneers are pretty good name for a team. Buccaneers. That's Eric. Me, this is Eric. This is Eric. Yeah. I'm here. I'm Eric. I don't want any more bears. I'm watching a little football, but when I'm done pulling a couple more bowls, I'm gonna do a little bit of chores. I gotta put this heater, this electric space heater back up in the attic because I brought it down a couple weeks ago when our central heating wasn't working. The HVAC guy came out and fixed it for us, no problem. Wasn't too expensive or anything. So that was nice. And I actually currently have the heater turned off, trying in general to save propane, you know. But somewhere in the middle of the night last night when I went to bed, it was 63 inside. I turned it back on. I was like, okay, time to warm up the house a bit. Everybody loves Raymond 30th anniversary special. It's been 30 years since that show, huh? It is so crazy to think that I'm 54 years old, going up on 60. It's so weird to think about because I just don't feel like I've lived 2/3 of my life. I feel like I'm just getting started. Like all that stuff before was just prep for now. Bills have one turnover in their 6 wins, 8 turnovers in their 3 losses, and today they've turned the ball over 3 times. Wow. I'm surprised it's still a 2-point game. So are you a prepper? I'm not a prepper. What do you mean, am I prepping for the rest of my life? I it wasn't intentional prep for the rest of my life. It was accidental prep. The worst kind of prep, which is preparing by making a bunch of mistakes and learning, okay, so that's not the way you do it. Why do Americans have Fahrenheit and miles? Well, because they're preferable. Okay? Nobody cares about your Celsius. Celsius doesn't make any sense. Obviously, water intuitively can tell freezes at 32 degrees, not 0. And obviously, intuitively, 40 degrees is a cold day, not 120 degrees. Nobody likes the metric system. Exactly. Meters, schmeters is what I say. Feet, well, the nice thing about feet is if you don't have a ruler, you can just use your foot to measure it, as long as your foot is exactly 12 inches. How many kilometers per Celsius does it take to find the square root of the surface area of the moon? Just kidding, says Samba Ball. I didn't see what you said in the first place. It looks like it maybe censored you. No one wants to buy gasoline in liters. I know. I really don't think it's appropriate that we even sell 2-liter sodas. The Queen enslaved us good. The Queen didn't enslave you. England saved you from the caste system and made it so that the the bottom caste could once again be touched. And English came and said, no, get rid of your dumbass anti-merit approach. Things are getting substantially more meritocratic around here right now, India. Deal with it. Is the universe which cognitive function? The universe is not a cognitive function. The universe refers to all that is possible for us to pay attention to with cognitive functions. We drink milk by the gallon, and By that I mean, when I drink any milk, I drink an entire gallon of it all at once. If the universe is so vast that we can't wrap our heads around it, doesn't that mean that everything is real and everything is possible? No, because, like, if a parking lot is big enough, does that necessarily mean it has a lake in it? No, because parking lots, no matter how big they are unlikely to have lakes in them. I mean, look, think about how big the sky is. Surely there must be a mountain up there somewhere. Now, I don't think unicorns do exist in the universe because if they did, that would mean that a horse and a manatee had bred. Actually, unexpanding. The universe is unexpanding, contracting. Touchdown Bills. Wow, so the Bills scored that field goal, kicked off to the Buccaneers, picked them off on the first play, and then waltzed right into their end zone on the next. Mermaids and big feet exist. Merfeet and big maids exist. Aliens are evil. They want to harvest our souls. Well, it's understandable. Our souls are so juicy and nutritious. Where is Kimberly? I have no idea. Presumably in Laverne. But I really don't know, to be honest. I haven't like checked on what she's got going on since we broke up, basically. And the last thing I need is any proximity to that nightmarish drama. Christian pastors harvest souls. You can't harvest a soul without killing someone, G. Or at least wait until they die in the poor world. Just like you can't harvest wheat without killing the plant, so too can you not harvest a man's soul without taking his life. That's just common sense. So I'm not sure why I root for the Buffalo Bills, but I generally do against most teams they play against, as I am now against the Buccaneers. I don't dislike the Buccaneers. I'm kind of neutral on them. I wonder if there's an equivalent to, like, I am I get quite a bit of pushback in comments and from various people in the chat who come through or whatever about, it's just pushback on me attempting to explain things precisely. You might say, in other words, pushback to me using my tool function. Um, I wonder if every tool function would encounter a similar amount of pushback, but it seems unlikely because like FE tool is not going to see that much pushback um, as TI tool. But I wonder which tool functions elicit the most pushback in the world and which elicit the least. I haven't thought about it really before, but one could guesstimate based on a couple of different factors. Thing is, I'm not just TIing, I'm NETIing. So TI is not objective truth for everybody. TI is not objective truth for anybody. TI is just a disinterested calculation of the status of something. You know, people who are introvertedly thinking are not necessarily right. They're just engaged in an intentional process that's distinct from somebody introvertedly feeling in clear and describable ways. Truth, as I've said before, is a status we ascribe to statements in dispute, usually, for explicitly ascribing a status. And when we're making an explicit claim of truth, what we're really saying is, I think you should agree with me. No, TI is not a distillation of perceived. No, it's not. Okay. One uses introverted thinking to determine if words are consistent within themselves and with other words, to attain fairness is another thing. Where's the TI in question? I mean, you're asking what TI am I referring to? I'm saying this line of thinking started with, I wonder if which other functions get as much pushback as tool functions as my TI does, or you know, if in fact, because the reason I get pushback a lot of times has to do with like value and function clashes and stuff. I wonder if, since there's always going to be a clash between competing strategy, if you find some pushback no matter what. What's the best TI test? It's these syllogistic logic tests, the genealogy test. There are other TI questions that I could ask that would be just as effective. There are other formats a little bit, but um, I could say something like, not P or Q. If not P or Q, then R. And if P, then Q, what can we conclude? The answer is R. TI in question is behind the S and before on. Good to know. Hi, Bruce. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I think you're a wonderful person with amazing ways. DOM versus aux versus lesser functions. Question. Behind the S and question. Still not sure exactly. TI in question is behind the question. Oh, I think it's some sort of Winston's mom style TI thing there. Color me a little confused. Yes, I got you. Okay, got you. Thank you, Riznus. Sorry for being slow on the uptake. Some people call me the space cowboy, some people call me the gangster of love. I'm guessing that obviously somebody doing SE stuff on YouTube, like stuff I watch sometimes, so like somebody going to stay at a hotel, do travel video. I think that just video of themselves doing stuff, provided it's edited quick, nicely for pacing, that's going to get very little pushback, right? You're going to get a lot less pushback than aim to be singularly correct explanations or something. Um, you can imagine that if someone was saying words that just informed people about their actions, their SE, that also would elicit no pushback, really. Like, so I went to the market earlier. It's not going to elicit any pushback. I think also TE is not especially likely to encounter pushback in its natural environment, which is to say, actually solving problems, attaining goals and stuff. But TE values are going to encounter pushback when they're expressed in words on YouTube. So it's like if a YouTube video is showing me how to do something, that person's figured out how to do it, let's say. They're not showing me TE at the moment when they're showing me how to do it, but their ability to show me how to do it is an artifact of their having TE'd it before, right? That's not going to get pushback. After all, I want to learn how to blah. That's why I searched that video up, you know. But TE from say typology is going to drive me crazy and get a lot of pushback because there's going to be um, this faulty utility frame, telling people that knowing that you're a meow type means we know what you should do differently or how you should be or whatever. Um, and we're treating the the person being typed as a problem to be solved. Okay, so because you're a meow type, you need to work on these things that you suck at is terrible. It's a terrible misapplication of cognitive functions. Any by itself doesn't seem to get a lot of pushback. So, like, if I'm just making up songs, screwing around the piano or what have you, I don't seem to get much pushback for that. Um, Obviously, only sometimes is it good enough to elicit kind of positive response of some kind, but um, I'm not likely to get a lot of pushback because people don't feel the need to like agree on a status there. In other words, they don't see my bad piano playing as threatening to any of their paradigms, which it's not, obviously. Whereas they see my explanations and, my correcting them about typology or whatever else, they see that as that's distressing. Of course, being NETI, having TI tool means that, wow, Tampa Bay answers right back with another touchdown. Is now, Tampa Bay's ahead by, I think, a point. Maybe two. So yeah, this is the thing that I have to keep in mind with like people like Tuts as well. Is that I think like okay, well, I get that what I have to offer as both content and clarity about things is correction. And that's not ever going to be very popular. But it still remains the case that it's what I have to offer. So it would be nice if people wanted that. I have other things to offer too, but the medium here, the medium here of live streaming, it particularly lends itself to explanation. Sure, I play music too, or make jokes sometimes. But for me, if I'm going to start talking and ramble on indefinitely about stuff, that's going to involve explanation. I have HVAC and pond skills. Well, I wouldn't hate putting in a little time on the pond, but it's cold and rainy outside. I don't want to get wet from the rain. I don't want to have to sing that Eurythmics song. Here comes the rain again, falling on my head like a memory. Are we having a popularity contest? No, we're not having a popularity contest. How about the song Who'll Stop the Rain? That's Creedence Clearwater Revival. Good song. Bro, things I learned from your channel has enriched my life in so many ways. Your terminology on typology seems very exact. I think about it and use it on a daily basis. I'm simply well, thanks, Ruthmas. That's very nice of you to say. I guess it's natural that the people who push back are going to be louder in their engagements about it than the people who hear me and understand what I'm saying. Is the proper term bro or bra? It's bro, bruh, or bra. It's a noun you conjugate, unlike most nouns. I bro, you bruh, she bras. Brohan. Brohan Brolinski. Wow, he stayed in bounds. Nice tippy toe touchdown, Tucker. Way to score a big point. People, I guess the frustration comes from the fact that ultimately I'm seeking agreement. I want the other person to agree with me, at least conditionally. Like, all right, well, I'll agree that I don't have any answer to that right now. It'll be fine. Because I just implicitly think that words, if I'm talking about things that, I'm talking about various claims, explanations, you know, intellectual kind of stuff, I guess. I want the words to do work. And they can do such wonderful work. But not everybody is able to benefit from them. And some people are, because of that, they're actively opposed to them. It's quite a striking, insurmountable conflict when I'm engaged with somebody who's TI polar like I was last night, and they're trying desperately not to mean things with their words because they don't want me to spin their answers, as he says. Um, while I'm making every effort to mean specific things and do stuff with the language so that we can move away from a spot of wrongness towards agreement, and so that he can be correct, But from his perspective, any attempt to use words as defined things that you can use as operations to determine the status of something, it faces pushback because he's using words as SEFI does. And for him, in life, I'm sure every time anybody's asked him to make himself clear, pin down what he means on something, well, that's just hitting him right in his TI polar, and then they're later on, but you just said, and he's being hit in his place of least resistance. So that can be, it's both comical and annoying. Like, neither of us is even able to conceive of the other person's perspective as being valid. So Josh Allen and the Bills down by 1 point as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers failed to get a 2-point conversion. Faced a 3rd and 11 here in the fourth quarter with 11 minutes plus left. Oh my God. He had it, but then he dropped it, but then he got it back. Oh, I guess it's a catch. Out of bounds, they say now. Not a catch. That guy, he just blew it so bad. Number 1 for the Bills. Ball hit him right on the hands. It hit him right on the number 1, right in the middle of his chest. And it bounced up in the air off of him, and I think he got it down. I think that should be a catch, actually. Are they going to review it? Did he throw the challenge flag? What happened? I guess they must have overturned it. Now it says 1st and 10. It was, I think, a catch because he's got 1 foot there, and then it was 1st and 10. They overturned their ruling. So now 1st and 10. The Bills picked up that big third down there. Josh Allen scrambles out to the right and eventually dumps it off downfield inside the 30-yard line of Tampa Bay to the receiver. Piao goes the throw and right into the chest of the receiver again. That previous time hit him right in the chest too, but it bounced right off his chest. He was lucky to catch it before he went out of bounds. Really good game. It went back and forth. High scoring game too, and it's till the beginning of the fourth quarter. Oh! Breaking news that Josh Allenfeller is a good quarterback. Yeah, he is. That's why I have him on one of my fantasy football teams. But, you know, he's got pinpoint precision as a passer. He seems like, even though he's really good with his legs, he seems like a natural pocket passer first and foremost. There he goes scrambling, and Tampa Bay has to collapse down, and then he pulls it back and throws it to the tight end. Big first down, first and goal. Impressive. Impressive play, Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. I like the Buffalo Bills helmet with the buffalo on it, the red buffalo. It's cool looking. This is in Buffalo, but it's not snowy. Can you show you Lana again? Oh yeah. I didn't know what you were talking about. Yes, I can. Josh Allen just scored a touchdown. Here's your beautiful future wife, Lana Dentrossington. There. She's gorgeous and a track athlete too. There we go. Put that back. Put that back over here. Leonard and Trossington is. Yeah, she's got good birthing hips. She wears bicycle pants, those lycra bicycle pants. Hope you're familiar with them. They're not just for bicycling anymore, they're also for track now. And you know, when her competing career is over, she's got good prospects long term as a track and field coach. You know, you're going to have to get used to the hard life of a coach's husband. She's going to be off helping her team compete at tournaments and stuff. You're going to have to be a supportive husband. Sometimes you're going to have to watch the kids, okay? Can't just dump it on the woman anymore these days. It's expected to be both people's job. How many kids are you gonna have? I think 3 or 4, depending on how you count them. One of your children will be stillborn. Unfortunately, you're gonna have 3 living children and 1 stillborn baby. And it's gonna be 1 girl, 1 boy, 1 gender fluid. Just like water. Like, you ever wondered why water isn't gendered? It's because it's fluid. I didn't need the stillborn one. You're good with 3. Okay, yeah. Yeah, your wife, I think, is gonna feel the same way ultimately. She's gonna be like, I mean, I hate to say it, but I'm glad that baby was born dead. What should I do? Drive an hour to get Mary Jane or go to bed because it's almost 10 p.m.? I would say it depends on how limited your opportunity is to get weed. Like how easy is it for you to call and reset it up for tomorrow or something, you know? If it's uncertain in when you're gonna be able to do it, then do it now. Why is the water wet and sand dry? Well, because sand is made out of anti-water. Just like we have matter and antimatter that cancel each other out, we have water and anti-water, sometimes called sand. It is possible to make wet sand wet by forcing water and anti-water together, but that will cause cataclysmic explosion. Hello, a witness. I hate water, especially wet water. Oh my God, could this water be any wetter? Somebody get, we got a water softener. We need a water dryer too. You have an auntie named Sand. Yes, I do. She's also made out of sand. Sand and air mostly. If a prune is a dehydrated plum, then prune juice doesn't exist. Well, I see where you're going there, but I'm going to guess that a prune is not fully dehydrated. It's more dehydrated than a plum, but less dehydrated than sand. No, I wasn't saying, I didn't think I wish I could say the same thing. I just thought, well, I don't generally miss particular people when I'm not live streaming if they're not around. I might miss the people and live streaming if I'm not doing that. But I guess I just don't identify with that feeling. You're joking. Well, sounds good. How about this one? Let's find out what this one is. So down by 5 points with 7.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers face a 3rd and 2 from their own 38-yard line. Snap the ball into the shotgun, thrown across the middle, incomplete. We need to invent sand prunes. You can invent that very easily, Chad, right? Just drop a prune at the beach. All of a sudden, you got a sand prune. Helps you go to the bathroom and cleans your teeth. Well, we'll call it sand prunes, obviously. Or you could call it sandy prunes if you want. Would you like regular prunes or sandy prunes? What's the difference? Obviously the sandy prunes have sand on them. Okay, I'll take the regular prunes. Okay, but we do have a mandatory sand edition. My boss calls me Friday at 4:30, starts off with a nice combo, then backdoors me with, I think I'm going to terminate you. Gives me done chatter with no reason and says I'm not sure if I'm going to bring you back next season. Okay. Um, gives me done chatter with no reason. I don't know what that part of your thing means. And says I'm not sure if I'm going to bring you back next season. Oh, some chatter with no, I see. I guess they were just easing into the difficult subject. Um, Did they explain why they wanted to terminate you? Josh Allen has the ball again as Tampa Bay punted, and the Bills' offense is showing no signs of slowing down. He said on Thursday that he thought I was lying about my truck being broken. Well, you tell him I would understand you firing me if that were the case, but because you don't have any evidence that I'm lying or reasonable cause for suspicion, it would seem you're firing me under false pretenses. It hasn't been established that I'm lying at all. You can't you can't fairly operate under the assumption that it has been established. No, I know they can fire you for no reason. That's true, but um, I'm just saying if you're going to talk to them person to person and say, "Look, this is," I think could hope we'd agree that it's unreasonable of you to. I mean, you could fire me for no reason, but don't fire me for something I didn't do. So it's like, well, it's very much like my dentist when he fired me as a client. He didn't need to give me a reason as to why he didn't want to work with me anymore. It's his prerogative. He's not a slave. I hadn't paid for the future treatments yet. But he chose to give me a reason, and he accused me of lying to him about how much I had smoked cigarettes. Obviously, that makes me not happy because he had neither evidence nor reasonable cause for suspicion. I can't even get into that combo. It seems like a trap combo to me. What did you ask him if it was firmly decided, and if not, if what he would be, what he's going to be looking for in making that decision? The devil is the spirit for confusion. Because after one of my implants got infected, he didn't want to work with me anymore. He didn't need to give me a reason why, but he did give me a reason. And his reason was okay, well, then that's fine. I understand you not wanting to do that, but remember the power of words is to put the ball in the other person's court. You just discussion. So is the decision been made already, or are you still considering options? Then he's gonna have to give you information. And you can know if you can just say fuck off then because he's made a decision already, or if he's expecting you to like do the jive and shuffle for him. No, it's in your court because he left it open, but you didn't ask him to specify anything about its openness, right? You need to ask him, so is this decided or not? And number two, if it's not decided, then what areas of job performance am I, you know, in that? All right, well, you take your approach and see what happens. I don't know what's going to happen. I have a feeling that you'll be somewhat on eggshells until you have the question resolved. Dump truck driving, not rocket science. Oh, well, do you own your own dump truck? Is that what you mean by your dump truck is broken? My guy says he needs to give that job to his cousin. You're a company driver. So is the company's truck that was not working properly? And you said, I can't haul this dirt here because the dump truck's broken? Is that the story here? If so, I don't understand how the company could blame you for not being able to drive a broken truck. But who knows? The guy may have his agendas, like Fly Guy is saying. It's possible. May have interested agendas that are driving his decision making. Or maybe you tried to tell him about Jesus one too many times. What it is that the other drivers don't like that I don't swear and drink and smoke with them. Do they get mad and complain all the time? So they get mad and complain all the time. They get mad and complain about you because you don't swear and drink and smoke. I have never heard of anybody get mad at somebody for not doing those things. Like, I smoke cigarettes. I have never gotten mad at anybody for not smoking cigarettes. I used to drink. I don't think I've ever gotten mad at anybody for not drinking. I do swear sometimes. Truck drivers are mean? Well, I guess I have no data on the matter except for what you're relating to me. It's plausible you're a victim of workplace bullying. In that case, I don't know what to tell you. If you're being slandered by a group of other coworkers, then obviously, if your boss is hearing negative things about you from multiple of your coworkers, that's not going to bode well for you, even if it's unfair. Yeah, I mean, the problem is most bosses are going to say, I've got this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. They're all giving me independent complaints about this for this guy A over here. Any boss is gonna think, all right, guy A, you're a workplace, you're a toxic addition to the workplace or something. And even if it's not fair, the world of business is utilitarian. Cultural fit. Maybe you need to uh, get a new job, like Puttycat says. I mean, if you're still being employed for yeah amount of upcoming weeks, months, you can utilize that time to try to line something else up and hope that you can beat them to the punch by saying I'm leaving because I got a new job before they say you're fired. Boston Summer pulled me aside and said, "Why are three of my drivers ready to quit because of you? You do your job, you don't call off, you're here on time. I don't understand." He said, "I mean, I'm having trouble understanding that too, but I guess it depends on. I guess I just don't know the individuals complaining about you or why they're doing that." Did you ever find that it was really hard to find the letter Y in vegetable soup? Makes me think that it's true sometimes. Why? For sure, Pretty Cat, but my thoughts are angry drivers are hard workers. Do by my being there, he should want me there? They're lying about you. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's any solution to your situation if you've got a, a group of people directing their attention to slandering you, and you don't have anybody on your side contradicting them and arguing on your behalf. Well, I mean, I get Fly Guy that if somebody just wants to go to work and do their job and not be all buddy buddy with the people at work, that's a perfectly reasonable thing to want. But of course, we only have a witnesses reporting on this matter, and even if he's being entirely honest, he still he's still impacted by his frame of reference and might not be, he can be honest but not accurate or correct and possible. I don't believe I am, I believe that Jesus does. Jesus does what? Oh, makes you the odd man out? Well, he should know he doesn't smoke because if you smoke, you take smoke breaks at work. As a smoker, I can tell you that if I was at any workplace, I'd know exactly who the other smokers were because we'd all share the same little smoke area that we have to go to. All of God's children suffer this persecution. I mean, it's true that everyone goes through some shit in life. Remember, we're out in a field getting loaded when the gatherings happen. We're out in a field getting loaded when the gatherings happen. What are you getting loaded on? No, I know you're not in an office. We're getting loaded with material. You mean getting stuff put in your truck? And then what are the other guys doing while your trucks are getting while your trucks are getting loaded? Getting loaded when the gatherings happen. So the truck drivers all get out of their trucks while they're getting loaded and mill around together, and you don't participate in that. And they lie about you, and try to get you fired. I mean, anybody's gonna think a witness when you said the way you said that, you were talking about getting loaded, like getting loaded, you know. Only a truck driver himself is gonna think that means getting your truck loaded. When people use the term of art getting loaded, they mean getting drunk or high. I thought that's what you meant too. I didn't think anything about a Christmas party, but it's understandable that one would because you said gatherings. He's always slanted towards you, huh? Hey, Fly Guy, a witness's eyes are not slanty. Will you stop saying that his eyes are slanty? How much electricity do I have here on this phone? I'm not mad. I'm just saying he's a mod. He should be thankful on people. People are on here. Okay, well, you let Fly Guy be Fly Guy. You be you. You're doing a good job of cutting back on the you being you. Let's keep that up, but you know. Well, I'm the one who's thankful that people are on here paying attention to content. Why should he be thankful that people are on here paying attention to content? He's on here. If the experience is pleasing, then why would he care whether other people are paying attention to it or not? Do I care if people pay attention? Yes. Do I care enough to really do the things that it should do to make people pay more attention? No. Or at least I don't do those things. I don't know if I care enough or not. Because on other lives, the mods say thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming in, a witness. I mean, why do you want this to be the same as other live streams? This is talking with famous people. It's relentlessly user unfriendly. That's how we roll around here. We need to clean up the attitudes around here. We don't. We could just let everybody be themselves, you know, unless they're being too annoying, and then just time them out. Yeah, my attitude is just fine too. Hey, witness. Sometimes it's shitty, sometimes it's better, but stop being so sensitive, E. I'm a very sensitive guy. I have tenderness within my heart, and I've got the moisture of dampness inside of my soul. Moisture of dampness is a good name for an ointment. I'm going to give you a light crab claw to the nose. Okay. I see. San Francisco is playing Arizona. The Arizona Cardinals. Okay, well, the good thing about a witness, about humor a witness, is that when something's funny, it makes me laugh. If I don't laugh, it wasn't funny. Doesn't mean it made me angry or something. Not everybody can be funny all the time. Let's see what's going on in the world of television sports. So we've got no hockey until Tuesday. On Tuesday, the women's basketball team plays Portland, so get to watch that. That's good. Tuesday also the day that Rachel is going to the dentist. She's a little bit nervous about it, but she's just getting a cleaning. It's not like major surgery like I'm getting when I go to the dentist. Okay, so I think I'll put the heater back and see if maybe I can get another chore or two done and keep the stream going for a little while longer. It could easily have ended now. I feel as though I adequately talked out the title here and stuff, No, I couldn't get that screw unscrewed, my witness. That's a possible chore I could attempt to deal with, though, too, right now. All right. Let me kill another minute or two here while I let my phone get a little bit more charging. I saw you had a 9-hour plus live recently. That is way too long, sir. Oh, well. Then I suggest you not attempt to watch it. Oh, well, I guess you haven't heard any of the times I talked about my upcoming plans, but when I get my teeth fixed, even when I still have just the temporary fixed denture, then I'll go apply as a substitute teacher at the local school district. Not nobody's going to get rich doing substitute teaching, but pays a lot better than the dollar store. Not that I'm opposed to having a no responsibility, simple job like working at the auto parts store or something. It's just that I'd like to make a little bit more money than that. So we won't have to work tons of hours to feel like I'm bringing in enough. Okay. That's good. Plus, it's in the field in which I have years and years of experience, and I should be able to get that job, no problem. But most importantly, your witness, I wasn't looking for you to identify and solve any problem with my status quo, you know. Education. I was a classroom teacher, teaching English for a while. Most of my career was coaching speech and debate. But I also taught conditional logic, taught AP Psych, taught grammar. I'll get the heater. We'll be right back with the heater that's going to go up there. Yeah, I don't know what he means either, Fly Guy. You know, because he's trying to provoke in some fashion. Alright, that's one thing I need to do that I've not gotten done. We'll look in here and see if I have cat litter to clean. Yeah, looks like I do have cat litter to clean, so let me do that. Okay. Cat litter's cleaned up. What's it looking like outside here? It's currently not raining. I could try to take this thing down. Good morning, Rachel. Huh. I need a very small socket. I don't know if I have one that small. I could use like a vice grips or something, I guess. Use this. Just use these things. See if I can get that off real quick and easy. starting to rain again. Next time I mess with that thing, I'm just gonna have to get the ladder out and my glasses and put some shoes on and approach it with a serious approach to solving it. Cold out there. What else is on the agenda for today? Yeah, her name is Rachel, a witness. I guess this is yet another way in which you're attempting to provoke. I guess it's entertaining for you. It may have been, your provocations may have been entertaining for me at one point, but they're not entertaining for me anymore. I mean, if you're constantly being provocative like this at work, that explains it. Oh, it is, Richie. My bad. My bad. I was wrong. In this instance, I was wrong. I did not get mad. Like, why do people always want to talk about my feelings? They aren't relevant to anything. I was wrong. I misinterpreted that. Sometimes I'm wrong. This is one of those times. See how sensitive you are, how mad you get? You know, I don't even know where to begin. All right, let's go look out back, because I do have another chore that awaits me out back where I have some wood that I've removed from where it was as plant holder uppers, and now I've leaned against the tree. But I need to move it someplace else. And I need to take apart the pieces of wood that are screwed together. So, in order to make all that happen, I think I should start by putting on some shoes instead of flip-flops. SHOES spells shoes. Another thing I need to do is process all of this. But I'm not going to manicure it. I am going to pull the buds off of the branches. I may do a little really cursory manicuring. I could let it dry a little bit more because, like, that's still, well, I guess this is about as dry as it's going to get with these. These leaves will come off now. Just like yesterday or 2 days ago, the stems of the leaves were still a little bit wet, and it was making a challenge to dry manicure them. Anyway, that's not what I'm doing now, is making a mess for pulling those things off. When I'm ill-equipped to deal with that, I'm here in this foyer to get shoes, not to get distracted. Rachel is in this house somewhere. Yes, she's in the bedroom. Yuck. We gone, Rachel. We got off Eric Strauss. No, it is not true that I secretly play the role of both characters. Rachel is a human being. She is alive. She's here in this house. She's doing amazing, amazing things. Now, I'm going to don my boots. So I just was out there a second ago and it was cold. I came back in here. Let's go stand outside and consider our options. Let's not commit to doing this task quite yet. Because, once I put my shoes on and get them dirty in the mud and stuff out there, then I might as well be committed to completing the task. Then I have to take my shoes off. I mean, I put on my shoes and it's not that big of a deal. If I put on my boots, it's more of a hassle because there's more tying involved. Shoes would be an easier choice. No, I did not accuse you of that. What I said was, if you do this at work, as what I had interpreted you as having done, then I can understand why they're talking shit about you. I did not accuse you of anything. I mean, the one thing I did accuse you of was being provocative by using a diminutive of her name. But I corrected myself on that. I was wrong about that. My bad. I make mistakes sometimes. What, Kay? Like, if you murder people, a witness, then I don't want you coming around here. It's not me saying I don't want you coming around here. It's saying if you murder people. Well, if you don't murder people, then the antecedent to the conditional doesn't apply to you. I mean, the consequence, sorry. The consequence doesn't apply to you. I'm kind of looking out here thinking maybe I'll see another big frog. We saw our first big frog the other night. We have a good amount of little frogs around. I've seen quite a few of them, not like today, yesterday or something, but in general. But the other night was the first large frog that I'd seen. It was pretty exciting. I said, Rachel, there's a frog outside. She said, oh, let me go look at it. And then we both saw it because she saw it, I saw it. Pretty crazy. Somehow it had walked up here from, for some reason it had walked all the way up here from the creek, I guess. I mean, it could have walked over from the neighbor's little pool, but like, how did the frogs get in the neighbor's pool even in the first place? It must come up from water, and the only water is way down there across that street down there, so it seems like a long way for a frog to walk. Well, I guess slow and steady wins the race, I guess they don't walk, they hop. Like a recent time, not this storm, but recent time it rained, there's a frog on the front part of the house, like on like this part, but in the front. Like, how did that frog get there? Even if it walked up from the river, why would it have passed all of this part of the house, walk all the way around the front, and go on the wall there? I'm curious. You getting ready? What are you getting ready for? Are we going hang gliding today? Actually, I wish you wouldn't make these kind of plans for us without telling me. It's always like parachuting this, hang gliding that, free solo rock climbing this. Rachel's always signing us up for these things. Go into combat in Africa under the direction of a warlord. Like, how much does this cost? It's only $1,500 a piece, not including airfare and hotel. What, we have to get a hotel while we're in combat? It's recommended. You don't want to sleep on the ground. We saw it hop away, like Hop Along Cassidy. This is quite a bit of rainy weather, just continual rainy weather. It's not been, obviously, raining every minute, but it's slow. This storm is either big or slow to pass through. I'm not sure which. I haven't looked at the Doppler radar today. The pond's really full. We've gotten enough water to fill the pond. It's not quite full on the bottom. I guess that has a little bit more capacity. Or it might not be completely watertight at the bottom yet. It looks like I can see but that might not be a high water mark. It might just be coloration in the cement. But you can see here, this pool's filled up. That pool's filled up. That's the full level because of I haven't raised that lip right there any. There's dead worms, probably dead worms. Maybe they're still alive at the bottom of that pool. I'm tempted to go pluck them out of there and put them in the compost pile. But this water's going to be super cold to put my hand in. There's one worms down here too, I think. Someone wiggling around. Damn it. It's hard to pick up worms underwater. It may be hard to pick them up above water too. There's a couple of worms. And we get this other worm. There we go. You guys are all alive. Oh, you're still alive. Oh, I'm getting my sock wet. Yeah, sure enough, as expected, that water is very cold. My hand is all, so cold. These are some lively worms. So put them over here in the compost pile. If I wanted to endure another cold water dip with my hand, go down to the next one. Oh, this goes over here. All right, let's go look at the other pool. I don't understand when you said that as an anti-polar, you don't know what you want and what is most important to you in life, because you should know what you want to do, etc. You have some values. Well, I mean, what I mean by I don't know what's important in life is when I was younger, I would prioritize, the wrong thing, like impressing people over being true to myself, because if that I have a poor relationship with precious. I'm going to be guilty sometimes of not preventing harm when I should prevent harm to someone I love, stuff like that. And or in the contemporary incarnation of myself, I may find it very difficult to pick one thing to work on, and to stick with that. That has something to do with executive function as well, but it's another example of not having a clear directionality that's provided by fluency with that subjective function. All right, well, here's a couple of worms. Are they alive? Yes, they are. All these worms are alive. Wow, so many worms, too. They're alive. I still haven't gotten all of them. So let me put these ones in the compost pile. And we'll come back for the rest of the worms. See? There they are, squirmity worming away. You're welcome, worms. I saved your lives. You would have drowned otherwise. No, worm, stop trying to escape. He's gonna fall back in the water. Okay. Another handful of worms. Alright. My hand's too cold to do that anymore. Wee-hoo, that's cold water. Wonder why they're in the water? Because, the ground gets too saturated. They come up from the ground in order to not drown. And in this case, they made their way up onto the side of the pond, fell into the pond, and then couldn't get out again. So that's good for the compost pile to have worms in it, you know. I actually bought some worms this year for the compost pile. Well, I mean, this is the first year I've had the compost pile. I bought, I think it was 100 red wigglers. Well, the worms that I put in there today, those aren't red wrigglers. Those are a different kind of worm. Why don't you address that question? What question? Maybe those are regular old earthworms. I believe I just have a question asked to me, but if I missed one, I'll answer it now. Why did I avoid your last question? I guess I just didn't see it. Let me see what it says. Why did you get mad when I said Rachie? Well, because I thought that you were willfully using a diminutive name for her that she doesn't go by in an effort to be excessively familiar in order to provoke me. I didn't get mad though. I just said you were being provocative. Again, people want to talk about my feelings. No, it wasn't jealousy. I interpreted it as an FE thing on your part, but I was wrong. Well, you meant that you get a little jumpy towards you? No, I'm not jumpy towards you. It is the case that I'm aware of your previous behaviors, and I probably am more likely to expect you to be trying to do something provocative than I would a random average person, you know. Someone told you to change your handle from Rachel Strauss to a nickname? Why? You're not a Trump supporter, right? I'm not a Trump supporter. But the thing is, I'm not interested in supporting or not supporting Trump. I can articulate where he's fucking up and doing bad things, where he's doing things that are neutral, where he's doing things that are positive, you know. But overall, I think he's woefully underqualified for the job he has, and it shows all the time. Nevertheless, I don't think he's doing as much damage during this presidency as, say, George W. Bush or Obama did in their presidencies. Oh, not for the personal reasons, but the nickname is that good. Whose nickname is that good? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm pretty confident that Trouble is a Trump supporter. He's a very hardcore Trump supporter, I think. Rachel Linsky? Rachel Linsky is a fine name. Not something I've ever called Rachel before. I could call her Rachellalon or Rachel Mendes. Rachel Mendes. You could call her Rachel the Magnificent. Please join us for our annual Christmas party. Oh no! Yeah. Well,
it's at 4.
So yeah, we'll just. I'd say we either reschedule our thing or just cancel it and go to this. You know.
We can do it so like we party there for a while and then come back here.
And jam out or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds good to me. And we run it by the neighbors.
Yeah, I'm going to run it by the neighbors right now. So what should I say to them?
Just say, we just saw that Tom and whatever's party is the 13th.
Okay. We just saw that Tom and Mary and Christmas.
Maybe we should just call him.
Okay.
Tom is you? You're Tom? We're not the only Tom in the whole world. There's at least one more Tom.
209. Right?
Is that the area code right here? 209? I forget.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Hello, you've reached Jared at 769-5718. Leave a number, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thanks.
Hey Jared, it's Eric, your neighbor. We just saw that the neighborhood Christmas party is also on the 13th, so Rachel and I are just thinking that let's all go to that Christmas party, and then maybe after we've been there for a while, the four of us come back here and jam out or something. Give me a call when you get the message if you get a chance. Thanks. Bye. That's a pretty good message.
That is a pretty good message. Thank you for doing that.
Oh, all the Toms are you, Johnny Doe?
Trouble.
Wow. You finally conquered all the rest of the Toms. You must feel so fulfilled. Alright, so I have managed to do like one chore today. It's pretty poor effort, Eric. Rachelewski is one of a number of possible things you could add to the end of Rachel there. Rachel De La Cruz.
Rachel De La Cruz.
Yeah. So, anything exciting coming up? What kind of coupons do I have? Free room Sunday through Thursday. We might want to take advantage of one of those free rooms for after my dental surgery. I'm not sure how long it's going to take me to do it before I can drive back home, because they're going to be sedating me. Because 24 hours ago, I want to be sedated.
Are you going to be able to drive?
Well, I'm going to ask him how long it's going to take before I can drive. If it's gonna be a long time before I can safely drive a long ways, then it might make sense to park the car at Chichansky, get a room there, maybe get, I guess it would have to be 2 nights in the sense that we'd need it the morning of the appointment, you know.
Yeah.
We could check in, like say, let's say the appointment's on Thursday. We could check in Wednesday night, go back home, and then Thursday morning, go park the car at Chichansky, take the little shuttle bus into town, get the dental surgery done, take the shuttle bus back to Chichansky, go to the room and recuperate until I'm ready to drive home.
Okay.
That seems like a good plan of action.
Yeah.
That'll be effective.
Have you seen my pipe?
No, I have not.
It's okay, I have this one.
Did you maybe take it into the bedroom?
No. Oh, here it is.
You found it.
Found it.
Good for you.
Thanks.
I'm rather at a loss for what to do with the rest of the day. I barely slept at all last night. I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed for quite a long time. Eventually, I just said, fuck it, got up and moved into the day here, took a couple Adderalls and I figured, well, might as well just ride it out till night again. But now I feel like up, but not motivated to do anything. Anyway, I guess I will end this stream. Maybe we'll stream again later. For the 2 people still here, thanks for sticking around, and I will talk to you soon.